valve and depressurize to 160 millimeters. This is the KSD-BO valve. Copy. KSD-BO valve is open.
Выдали команду на закрытие S7.
We put in the S7 command to close.
807, ВО 657.
SI pressure is 807, BO pressure is 657. LED is off. OFF. Copy.
Следующий замер через 5 минут.
Standing by for 5 minutes.
Так, изменилось давление в БО, показывает 664.
BO pressure changed, now it's 664.
664 записал.
664, I've recorded it. 664, correct.
Олег, ждем от тебя замер.
Так, готов дать 5-минутный замер.
Ready
Давление ВСА 807.
for the measurement.
ВО 667.
SA pressure is 807, BO pressure is 667.
Замер через 5 минут.
Copy, standing by for your next measurement in 5 minutes. Copy.
Москвы. Примите давление ВСА 800.
Moscow, copy NSA 803 and Rio 667.
Принято.
Copy.
Следующий замер через 5 минут.
Next measurement in 5 minutes.
Принял.
Copy.
Суп Москвы.
Moscow Station.
Замера. Давление
Pressure NSR 8003 and raw 667.
Принято.
Copy.
Замер через 5 минут.
Next measurement in 5 minutes.
Принял.
Copy.
Ждем от вас замер.
We're standing by for the next measurement.
Давление
Pressure NSR 803
Давление
in BO 667.
Принято.
Copy.
Следующий замер через 5 минут, крайний будет.
Next measurement in 5 minutes, and that will be the last one. Copy.
Moscow station on SG1.
Отвечаем, СГ-1.
Go ahead on SG1. So, I started to radiogram 0230. Okay, Oleg, that's correct. Steps 2 through 5. Okay.
Ожидаем крайний замер.
Standing by for the final measurement.
Давление
SR 803, BO 66, and also open RPV 2. Open RPV 2 for the first time.
Так.
RPV 1 is open. Now opening RPV 2.
Раз, два, три, четыре.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open. RPV 1 and 2 are open.
Принято.
Copy.
Олег, ну,
Oleg.
переходим тогда на 46-ю страницу.
Let's go to page 46.
Подтверждаю.
Confirmed.
Давай проверим параметры КДУ.
Let's check the KDO parameters. Copy.
Давление шар баллонов.
Bottle pressure. Bottle number 1, 172.
Во втором.
Number 2, 171.
Топливо.
Fuel, 396.
Принято.
Copy.
Олег,
Oleg.
вижу на этой странице.
Here, on the same page.
17 мы не выдаем.
Reminder that we are not sending V17 command.
Еще раз.
Which command? V17
Да.
is not required.
Где с таблицей внимания.
Copy. Working for the table with the attention. Title.
Принял. Будем выдавать команду РО причал.
Alright, will be RUA причал command will be sent to RUA TK. Using RUA TK. Yes, you're correct.
И пока у нас есть время...
And while we have a little bit of time, make a note on page 47,
Третий шаг.
step 3,
Значит, нужно будет включить широкий объектив.
you'll need to turn on the wide angle lens
Пересвет выдать
and send ECG command once. Copy.
Широкий объектив и выдать ТВ пересвет.
Wide lens and ECG mode once.
Тогда по времени работы
Affirmative.
РДР у нас 6.
Then pressing on and RDR is at 6:45. That's a reminder for you. Copy.
Так, СД, РСД отключены. ВСК.
VSK is prepared.
Визир причал.
Vizir причал P18 is not illuminated.
Переходим на формат РОДК.
Go into RDK format. Copy.
Выдаем команду РО причал.
Send in RUA причал command.
Команда выдана.
Command sent. The LED is illuminated.
Ну,
Copy.
напоминаю, что тогда получается, что
RUA route
контроль
pulled out.
надо будет вести по ВКУ.
You'll need to use VTU for monitoring the undock ops. Copy. RUA route moved. Copy.
Салору готовим по ВК. Так, по ВК улов.
PVK. Plural. Yes.
Работаем по странице 40.
Working page 47.
Олег, ну,
Oleg.
в принципе, можно пока не спешить.
We don't need to hurry right now. Call us at 6:40.
Включить передатчик клёс и выдать команду
Then you'll be able to turn on the close transmitter. It will be good time. At 6:40, calling you, and we'll be pressing on then. Okay.
Wi-Fi не работает, правда?
What is
Moscow
not
station on
working?
SG1. Go ahead on SG1.
Marina? Did you
I
it on?
performed steps 1 through 5.
Go ahead and turn it on.
On Mach, I see MRM1 video. So I can see the vehicle. And on the other screen, I don't see anything. It's just black screen.
Олег, секунду.
Stand by 1, Oleg.
Олег, правильно я понимаю, что по пятому...
Is my understanding correct? Is that you have MPEG to server 2 video? It's just black screen on step 5. That is correct.
Олег, попробую закрыть.
Oleg, try closing AMP2 video server 2 and restart the application. Will do.
Marina, turn on the tablet. What's your charge level? 89%. I have less than 70 already. Laurel? What's the charge level on your tablet? 88. Copy. Well, if needed, I will borrow one from you. Of course.
МКС ЦУП Москвы в канале С.
Moscow station on SG1. We can see that, Oleg.
Получилось правильно?
So you were successful, is that correct? Yes. Yes, we have the video from the camera. Okay, perfect. Oleg will have an LOS now. Please at 3:40 start recording on server 2 and on the viewer. Okay, 3:40 activate recording. Good read back. Thanks a lot.
headed towards yourself.
Good evening from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue our coverage this evening and into the early hours of Saturday of the return of 3 crew members from the International Outpost. At this hour here in Mission Control, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is on console, overseeing the activities of the Expedition 70, soon to be Expedition 71 crew on board the International Space Station. This team is led this evening by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak. She is joined on console by Flight Director Elias Mirmo. To their right is spacecraft communicator Aki Hoshide from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, a Soyuz veteran in his own right, here to talk when required to the station crew still on board the Expedition 70 crew on board the station, as well as to provide additional insight as the Soyuz MS-24 is preparing to come home to bring back to Earth NASA's Laurel O'Hara, Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky of Roscosmos, and Belarus spaceflight participant Marina Vasilevskaya. Across the ocean, at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, outside of Moscow, Russian flight controllers who are in control of tonight's operation of the Soyuz MS-24 are watching over their consoles and their data as we are just about 20 minutes away from the physical separation of the Soyuz from the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. About 45 minutes ago, leak checks were completed on both the Soyuz and Rassvet side of the docking interface, as well as leak checks that were successfully completed for the 3 crew members who are strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz spacecraft, leak checks to their Sokol launch and entry suits. All of the Soyuz systems are in excellent shape, ready to begin the journey home for the trio for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. That landing scheduled at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time, which will be 12:17 p.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan. We'll talk more about that in a minute. The 3 crew members coming home this evening into the early morning hours of Saturday, as you see in this picture. Oleg Novitsky strapped into the center seat of the descent module as the Soyuz commander. To his right is NASA's Laurel O'Hara And to Novitsky's left, Marina Vasilevskaya. She has flown for the past 2 weeks to the International Space Station under an intergovernmental agreement between Roscosmos and Belarus to conduct research and experiments on behalf of Belarusian researchers. For Laurel O'Hara, she is in the home stretch of a 204-day mission in space and aboard the International Space Station, a mission that, upon landing, will have completed 3,264 orbits of the Earth, a mission spanning 86.5 million statute miles. For Novitsky and Vasilevskaya, they are wrapping up 14 days in space, 12 days aboard the station. They will have completed 224 orbits of the Earth. For Novitsky and Vasilevskaya, that is a mission just under 6 million miles in duration and travel. Novitsky is completing the 4th flight of his career, which will have encompassed 545 days in space. Almost 3 hours ago, the departing trio of O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya, as you see here in this video replay, gathered at the hatchway between the Rassvet module and the Soyuz MS-24. They bid goodbye to their station colleagues and one by one floated on board the Soyuz spacecraft to begin leak checks at the docking interface between Soyuz and Rassvet, which is at the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. Oleg Kononenko, that you see in the green shirt, the space station commander, wiped down the circumference of the hatch interface between Rassvet and Soyuz before he closed the hatch on his side of the docking interface. Just a couple of minutes later, at 7:45 p.m. Central Time, 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time, the Soyuz hatch closed, and that set the stage for the beginning of leak checks on both sides of the docking interface that will be the precursor to the actual undocking of the Soyuz from Rassvet just a few minutes from now. With the hatches closed, the crew suited up in their Sokol launch and entry suits and prepared for their landing. This is the map and the trajectory that the Soyuz will take from southwest to northeast, with their target being a landing site on the desolate steppe of Kazakhstan at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time. The landing site located about 91 statute miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. At this hour, a Russian Antonov 26 transport plane carrying members of the Roscosmos, NASA, and search and recovery teams is en route from the staging city of Karaganda that you see to the northeast of the landing site down to Zhezkazgan, where the team will board helicopters at the time of the deorbit burn that is scheduled just about 2 hours and 47 minutes from now. They'll be leaving in a flotilla of 6 Russian Mi-8 helicopters for the landing site, about a 35-minute journey from Zhezkazgan to the landing site, where they will arrive in a circular racetrack pattern around the zone of the landing, awaiting to see that large main parachute under which the descent module of the Soyuz vehicle will be hanging just a few minutes before it touches down to complete this mission. The undocking begins in this animation, as you see, about 16.5 minutes from now. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off, allowing the Soyuz to depart the station. The deorbit burn is next up on the docket at 1:23 and 53 seconds a.m. Central Time. This will be a 4-minute, 41-second retrograde firing of the Soyuz engines, a braking maneuver to allow the Soyuz to slip out of orbit. 23 minutes after the deorbit burn, the pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz will take place. The descent module, where the crew is strapped into their seats, will begin its entry into the Earth's atmosphere. And then about 15 minutes before touchdown, there'll be a series of commands to open up a series of parachutes. First an extraction chute, then a drogue chute, and then the main parachute. The next few minutes, as the Soyuz descends to the landing site, will culminate with soft landing engines firing about 1 to 2 seconds above the surface of Kazakhstan, a final braking maneuver, and the Soyuz MS-24 will be home. We are in a period of loss of signal through our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain our downlink capability and voice communication with both the Soyuz and station crew members in about 9 minutes, about 6 minutes before the actual undocking of the Soyuz from the Rosviet module. Novitsky and Vasilevskaya launched on March 23rd to the International Space Station on a 34-orbit, 2-day journey that resulted in a docking to the Prishal module right next door to where the Soyuz MS-24 is located. They launched with NASA's Tracy Dyson on the Soyuz MS-25. Dyson's ride home in September will be with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko and Roscosmos cosmonaut Nikolai Chub, who will be wrapping up a full year in space, Dyson a 6-month mission. So if you want to call it that, Novitsky and Vasilevskaya basically consist of a taxi crew bringing a fresh Soyuz up to the International Space Station and the ticket home for Laurel O'Hara. Once the landing is complete, the search and recovery teams and RSC Energia personnel will begin the process of extracting the crew members one by one from the descent module of the Soyuz. They'll be placed in chairs alongside the capsule to allow themselves a few minutes of regaining equilibrium after their time on orbit before they are brought into a nearby inflatable medical tent for initial medical tests and to get out of their Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable clothing. Then they'll be brought one by one into 3 awaiting helicopters that will fly them back to the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan. O'Hara, once there, will board a NASA plane for the trip back to Houston, while Novitsky and Vasilevskaya will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for the flight back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. This is a very busy time for the International Space Station, basically flourishing amidst a plethora of operational activity. The space station, after this operation is complete on Saturday morning, next up will be a Russian spacewalk scheduled for April 25th by Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. That will be followed in short order the next day on April 26th by the scheduled undocking of the SpaceX CRS-30 cargo craft from the Zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. That sets the stage then a few days later for the undocking and redocking of the Crew 8 Dragon spacecraft with Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Alexander Grabenkin, and Jeanette Epps on board for about a 40-minute spin around the block to relocate from the forward port of the Harmony module to the Zenith port just vacated by the Dragon cargo craft. They will redock to that Zenith port. That will open up the forward port of Harmony in turn for the arrival in early May of the Boeing Starliner craft on the crew flight test mission of Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams. The Starliner craft completed its fueling down at the Cape earlier today, and so preparations are in full force for the launch atop an Atlas V rocket of the Boeing Starliner craft, currently targeted for the evening of May 6th. Countdown clocks are ticking backward here in Mission Control to the command that will begin the procedures to undock the Soyuz MS-24 from the Rosviet module just under 9 minutes from now. This will be about a 90-second procedure to enable springs on both sides of the docking interface to push off against one another and allow the Soyuz to physically separate from Rosviet. 3 minutes after that, the Soyuz will conduct an 8-second burn of its engines, a separation maneuver, if you will. That will occur at 10:57 p.m. Central Time, the first of 2 such burns. The next one after that, a minute and 20 seconds later, a 15-second burn to increase an opening rate for the Soyuz from the International Space Station. The deorbit burn that will begin the journey out of low Earth orbit for the Soyuz is scheduled at 1:23 and 53 seconds a.m. Central Time on Saturday, 2:23:53 a.m. Eastern Time. That will be a 4-minute, 41-second retrograde burn to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its descent back to the Earth's atmosphere.
Command E2 is selected. Command E2 has been sent. Copy.
In the final minutes here before undocking, this is the graphic showing the current configuration of all of the vehicles at the International Space Station. You see at the bottom of your screen the Soyuz MS-24. In just a few minutes, it will separate from the station with O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya on board. So the Soyuz MS-24 will depart, leaving Soyuz MS-25 at the parking place right next door, docked to the Prishal node module. And again, that MS-25 spacecraft will be the ride home in September for NASA's Tracy Dyson, Oleg Kononenko, the station commander, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Nikolai Chub. Kononenko, by the way, is approaching a milestone on June 4th. Already the record holder for most days in space by a human being, Kononenko will surpass 1,000 days in space on this, his 5th spaceflight.
Inhibit is in. Maneuver in work.
Just 6 minutes away from the issuance of the undocking command that will enable Laurel O'Hara to leave the home that has been hers since last September 15th, when she launched with Kononenko and Chub on Soyuz MS-24. Novitsky and Vasilevskaya about to bid farewell to the station as well as they begin the road home to a landing, a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
For the flash, for the floodlight. Copy.
At the time of physical separation, the Expedition 70 increment on board the station will conclude, and Expedition 71 will begin.
We've activated the floodlight. On the display, we've put in the command inaudible. Okay, copy. Command is in. Yeah, 2 is not illuminated, F-16 is not illuminated, copy.
6:51:30, включаем ССВП.
At 1:30, Let's activate SS.
And having regained our view
Copy.
from external cameras on the International Space Station, there's the Soyuz MS-24 poised to begin its departure. Less than 4 minutes away now from the undocking command. Just to the right on your screen of the Soyuz MS-24 is the Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft, the cargo carrying vehicle that launched to the International Space Station back in January. At the moment, the International Space Station is flying 260 miles over southwestern China, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. And again, as the undocking is about to commence, the NASA, Roscosmos search and recovery forces belonging to Rosaviatsa, that whole landing team is airborne in a Russian Antonov 26 aircraft heading to the intermediary staging site of Zhezkazgan, about 90 miles from the landing site. In Zhezkazgan, that team will board Russian Mi-8 helicopters for about a 35-minute flight to the landing zone, awaiting the arrival of the descent module of the Soyuz and its 3 occupants. The weather at the landing site is balmy for this time of the year. The forecast calling for just a few clouds at 10,000 feet at landing time and temperatures around 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Now just 2 minutes away from the issuance of the undocking command. The Soyuz system's in good shape as we are about to embark on the departure of the Soyuz MS-24 from the Rosviet module, beginning the journey home for NASA's Laurel O'Hara, Roscosmos Soyuz commander Oleg Novitsky, and Belarus spaceflight participant Marina Vasilevskaya.
Command D7 is sent. The 11, D15 is illuminated. G17 is illuminated. S13 is illuminated. We are continuing to work per page 48. Copy.
The docking mechanism has been activated on the Soyuz vehicle. Just about 25 seconds away from the issuance of the undocking command, it will take about 90 seconds thereafter for physical separation.
At time 065230, you are go to put in the command. Copy. Go to put in the command.
Команда выдана.
Command has been sent.
And the undocking command has been issued. Standing by for physical separation.
Copy.
The hooks are driving that has held this vehicle in place at the Rosviet module since September 15th.
Standing by for attenuation of mechanical connection. Copy. And monitor as separation is happening, the presence of extra object. Copy. Mechanical separation is off. Copy.
Undocking confirmed. Right on time at 10:54 p.m. Central Time, 11:54 p.m. Eastern Time.
Copy.
Soyuz MS-24 has
Theater mode
broken free from its mooring at the International Space Station. Expedition 70 is complete.
I see.
Expedition 71 now underway.
Copy. Observing the docking port, there are no extraneous items. Copy.
And this view from the external engineering camera on the Soyuz as it backs away from the Rassvet module.
Stand by for the operation of the depot thrusters. Okay, copy.
Soyuz MS-24 now undocked from the International Space Station. Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, Marina Vasilevskaya beginning the journey home. The undocking occurring 260 miles over southern Mongolia. All of the Soyuz systems in good shape, very stable. That center section of the Soyuz is where the crew is strapped into their seats. Novitsky in the center seat, flanked on his right by Laurel O'Hara and on his left by Marina Vasilevskaya. You'll hear the Russian controllers talking to Novitsky from time to time, referencing the call sign Kazbeki. Each Soyuz commander names their craft after a call sign, in this case, a favorite mountain range of Novitsky's.
One minute to burn.
1 minute until an 8-second burn of the Soyuz engines. A separation maneuver to begin to increase its opening rate from the International Space Station. Once again, undocking of the Soyuz occurring at 10:54 p.m. Central Time, 11:54 p.m. Eastern Time, as the Soyuz and the International Space Station flew 260 miles over Mongolia.
Copy. Thrusters are off. Copy. Maneuver is in work. Copy. By for the second burn. Copy.
That second separation burn, referred to there by the Russian flight controllers through an interpreter, is a 15-second burn coming up in about 20 seconds from now.
Есть включение ДПО.
Thruster ignition.
Separation burn number 2 underway.
Есть исключение ДПО.
Thrusters are off. Copy. Let's put in the V-18 command and turn off Vizir Prichal.
And a good pair of separation burns for the Soyuz, now well underway, backing away in increasing velocity from the International Space Station.
Команда выдана.
The command has been sent. Copy. Let's go to page 50.
Работа по странице 50.
Working for page 50.
К СУПу Москвы в канале СГ-1.
Station Moscow on SG-1 regarding Kavade MM-1 close.
The International Space Station, meanwhile, will soon maneuver back into its post-undocking orientation.
Okay, do I need to close Kavade?
The trio on board the Soyuz MS-24 will have a bit of free time before that is scheduled 2 hours and 24 minutes from now.
Let the recording continue.
Again, you're looking at the 3 crew members who have just departed the International Space Station. Laurel O'Hara, the NASA flight engineer, wrapping up 204 days in space and a mission of 86.5 million statute miles. Oleg Novitsky and Marina Vasilevskaya wrapping up 14 days in space, 12 days aboard the station, having brought a fresh Soyuz, the MS-25 spacecraft, to the station. And this engineering view from the perspective of the Soyuz crew, that cross-haired data camera that you are familiar with from previous Russian operations with Soyuz and Progress vehicles.
To the transport position.
And a good view as the Soyuz crosses just past the limb of the Earth.
Go ahead.
Schedule parameters. Bottle 1, 171, and bottle 2, 172.
Soyuz is in closed position. Okay, Oleg, and you can deactivate the recording and the video cameras for MPEG 2 and the application.
Copy.
Unintelligible.
TV off, OFF.
Хорошо, принял.
Okay, copy. Oleg,
Принял.
copy.
Выдал команду.
Send command. Server outcall.
Принял. Переходим на страницу 50.
Copy. Moving to page 54.
Another view of the Soyuz MS-24, which departed the International Space Station just about 8.5 minutes ago.
Принял.
Copy.
Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky in the center seat of the descent module, the center section of the 3-section Soyuz spacecraft, is calling out data to the Russian flight control team in Korolyov outside of Moscow.
Descent
At the very top, you see the bulbous-shaped orbital module, and at the bottom with the solar arrays, that is the instrumentation and propulsion module.
Работаем по времени.
Some 23 minutes after the deorbit burn,
accordance with the timing.
those three sections will pyrotechnically separate. The only section left will be the descent module, pointed in the direction of travel of the descent of the Soyuz through the Earth's atmosphere.
For work by that
For
time.
step
Copy all.
12.4,
We'll be ready.
downlink the recorded information. Do I need to downlink the video? Yes, we'll need to downlink that. Okay, downlink files. That is correct. Moscow station on SG-1.
Отвечаем, взглядим.
Go ahead on SG-1. Unintelligible.
Да, можно.
Uh,
Наверное, можно по времени переводить.
yes, you can switch that according to the timeline activity. Okay, will do.
The Soyuz MS-24 continues its opening rate away from the International Space Station. The deorbit burn to begin the trip out of low Earth orbit for this trio of crew members is scheduled 2 hours and 18 minutes and 54 seconds from now. That deorbit burn scheduled at 1:23 and 53 seconds a.m. Central Time Saturday morning, 2:23 and 53 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. That will be a long 4-minute, 41-second burn, a braking maneuver, if you will, to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, while the Soyuz is at a distance of about 39 kilometers away from the International Space Station. Right after the deorbit burn, that top portion of the Soyuz that you're looking at, called the orbital module, will be depressurized per the plan to set the stage for the pyrotechnic separation of the three components of the Soyuz: the orbital module at the top, the descent module that the crew is strapped into in the center section, and the lower section, which is the instrumentation and propulsion module. That separation is commanded automatically, pyrotechnically, to enable the descent module to begin its journey into the Earth's atmosphere with the heat shield pointed in the direction of travel to repel temperatures that will build up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, you're looking at the Soyuz MS-24, good views continuing to be captured by external cameras on the International Space Station as it moves methodically away from the complex, ultimately to a distance of about 39 kilometers from the station for its deorbit burn, a 4-minute, 41-second retrograde firing of the Soyuz engines, scheduled 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. The station and the Soyuz are flying 260 statute miles over the North Pacific, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to get excellent views of the Soyuz MS-24 as it moves away from the International Space Station. About 18 minutes after its undocking from the Rosviet module, aboard the Soyuz, NASA's Laurel O'Hara, Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky of Roscosmos, and Belarus spaceflight participant Marina Vasilevskaya. We're just about 2 hours and 11 minutes away from the deorbit burn that will set the stage for the Soyuz descent module's entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and a landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time, which will be 12:17 p.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan on what will be a balmy Saturday afternoon with temperatures around 60 degrees Fahrenheit forecast. Just a few clouds at 10,000 feet, winds out of the southwest at about 6 knots. It doesn't get much better than that for an early April homecoming for a Soyuz crew. The NASA, Roscosmos, and Rosaviatsa search and recovery team aboard an Antonov 26 aircraft. They're airborne, flying from Karaganda, the staging city, to an interim staging point in Zhezkazgan, where helicopters, Russian Mi-8 helicopters, are waiting to begin about a 30 to 35 minute flight to the landing zone. Those helicopters will arrive in a circular pattern, essentially like a racetrack, as they await the arrival of the Soyuz under its parachute. Once the Soyuz touches down, the recovery teams will make their way to the capsule, ensure that there are no toxic gases emanating from the descent module before they begin the extraction of the crew members, placing them in chairs alongside the capsule so that they can have a few minutes to regain their land legs. Laurel O'Hara coming home after 204 days in space, Novitsky and Vasilevskaya after 2 weeks in space. After that, the crew members will be carried in those chairs to a nearby inflatable medical tent, where they will doff their Sokol launch and entry suits, receive preliminary medical exams, and then be taken to 3 separate helicopters for a 2-hour flight back to Karaganda, where they will split up, O'Hara boarding a NASA jet to fly back to Houston, Novitsky and Vasilevskaya boarding a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. This is Mission Control Houston, with everything going very smoothly on board the Soyuz MS-24. We will wrap up this portion of our continuous coverage of the return to Earth of Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya. The deorbit burn is scheduled 2 hours and 7 minutes from now. We will be back on the air at 1 a.m. Central Time, 2 a.m. Eastern Time, with our deorbit burn and landing coverage and a lot more detail about the timeline that will bring those 3 crew members home to wrap up this mission of the Soyuz MS-24. So don't wander very far. Come back and rejoin us here at 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern for deorbit and landing coverage for O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya. For now, we'll sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.
Moscow Station SG-1. Go ahead on SG-1. So for radiogram 231, step 146, I need RO parameters. TK1 RO minus 95 and minus 76. Copy that. Moscow station on SG1. Go ahead on SG1. For step 147, we have synchronization. Time is 4:20. Unintelligible. Copy. Station on SG1. Go ahead on SG1. Vozdukh mode 3 is on, and switching went nominally according to step 2.2.
Принято, Коль, спасибо.
Copy all, thanks, caller. Thank you. Moscow Station on Space Ground 1 for evening DBC.
Отвечаем, ВСГ-1.
Go ahead on SG1, we are ready for evening DBC. Perca pressure is 504, stack pressure is 737.5. All activities are complete. We've completed physical activities as well, and I think we've got all radiograms, and or we have any more?
244, 248 и 249.
We have 3 more radiograms on board. That's 244, 48, 49. Okay, let me update my system.
249 пока нет, да?
You don't see 249 yet, right? I'm finishing the updates right now. We'll see. Okay, what else?
Какие-нибудь замены еще?
Any replacements in addition to MLM YDV? Unintelligible. No, I still don't see 249, just 244 and 248. Copy checking. Any other source replacements in addition to MLM YDV? No, we did not. Copy. And I'm ready to copy any task list activities. 30 minutes for imagery.
В рамках DPC у нас
Copy. So that's all we have for the DPC. Thanks a lot for today's work, which we're still continuing, and we'll stay in touch. Thanks a lot. Okay, thank you. Moscow Station on SG1 for Electron, and go ahead on SG1. So next activity we have is on MCC Go, and we are starting this at 4:35. We need to wait for the system to cool down, so 4:35 is the earliest.
вступу Москвы в канале SG1 для Николая, Коль.
Station Moscow SG1 for Nikolai.
После отключения.
Please command purging electron system after deactivation. Copy that. We'll do item 2.6.
Все верно, пункт 26.
That is correct. 2.6 and steps 2 through 4. Copy. Thank you.
приступу Москвы.
Москвы как депо.
По связи.
Работает по странице 54.
А можно приступать?
Выдал команду А5 СДР Отто.
Принято. Давай запишем с тобой еще параметры КДУ.
Параметры КДУ 171, 171, 386.
Принято.
Go ahead and unmute Jeff. Oleg, let's talk about the timing at 8:20 820. How's everything going? I wanted to report to you on how the commands are going via KRL. Okay, I copy. Accelerometer 822, copy. VVS is ready. Power is confirmed. At 822, standing by for the activation of the emblem. Activation of batteries confirmed. Copy. A minute prior to dynamic ops enabled, put in the command for the video. Copy. Retranslator is activated. Copy. We are seeing the IMPO control panel. Okay, we are working per page 55, confirmed. Working per page 55. Standing by for RDR based on the KRL command radio link. Audible.
Ряд 3 буса, есть надув.
3 boosters are eliminated. Could do pressurization work?
Есть включение ЭКВ.
No activation.
Так, выполняется проведение смешанной вертикали на ЭКВ-2.
Copy. Please monitor the attitude. Okay, copy.
Выполняется постройка зеркала КВ полностью ЭК.
Copy.
Визуально местные отвлекают поступки.
Alright. Can confirm visually that vertical is built correctly. Built in an angle. Copy.
Значит, режим работы КВ.
MF5.
Есть включение.
Step O ring confirmed. Burn confirmed.
Есть постная коррекция.
Correction. I can confirm visually that the proper attitude is built. Oleg, we are in VHF compass, so let's do the setting control. Copy. Check and pull. Copy.
Информация так, информация, правильно?
Information on the display is correct?
Забыл.
Баду. Inaudible. Moscow, Quebec. All is correct on the display?
Нет, оно, к сожалению, у нас почему-то не было изображения. Значит, проверил, да, формат устав, замечаний нет, у тебя совпадает.
Ничего не...
I cannot copy anything. So, Oleg, did you complete the setting control? Yes. Affirmative, no issues.
Да, верно.
So, is all information correct? Yes, on all three displays. Oleg, can you copy me? Yes, I can copy you, but you are very faint. Oleg, I'll try to speak as loud as I can. Well, you know, on April 12th, there was a request for conversation with you. Current status is the visibility is 10 kilometers. The media is favorable. The temperature on the ground is 13 centigrade.
Yeah.
Everything's quiet. Okay. Unintelligible. Pressure is 730 millimeters of mercury. That's atmospheric pressure. 730, copy. Control air altitude 700 meters. 700 meters. Okay. All right, guys. Everything is fine on our end. Waiting for you. Okay, thank you. We'll see you on Sunday. Thank you. Oleg, you can write down the atmospheric pressure on the top level display. Copy. 730. Copy. Yeah, pressure 730, entered. Copy. Oleg? While we have time, let's go to page 57.
Принял.
Copy.
Принял 700 метров.
Copy 700 meters.
Олег, ну далее по циклограмме.
Да,
Запрет
принял.
ИКВ.
Дальше после заглавия.
Да, запрет ИКВ 9.14.00 и дальше там вот, по тем временам, которые мы записали. Вот, я хочу тебе сказать, что репортаж о спуске надо вести даже при отсутствии двухсторонней связи, поэтому веди репортаж о спуске, о включении двигателя, отработке импульса. Вот.
Да, принял.
Значит, доклад отработки импульса, отработанное время, набранный импульс и дальше все остальные параметры.
Прям ясно.
Good morning from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The flight controllers here in Houston all set to support the homecoming of 3 crew members from the International Space Station. At this hour, we're just 23 minutes, 28 seconds away from the deorbit burn on the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft that will bring back to Earth Laurel O'Hara, the NASA astronaut who is wrapping up 204 days in space, Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky of Roscosmos, and Belarus spaceflight participant Marina Vasilevskaya. Novitsky and Vasilevskaya wrapping up a 2-week mission in which they delivered Tracy Dyson of NASA to the International Space Station on the Soyuz MS-25. Here in the flight control room, Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak, along with Flight Director Elias Mirmo on console. To their right is spacecraft communicator Aki Hoshide, who, when required, will be talking to the space station crew in the homestretch of their workday before they begin an off-duty weekend prior to the start of a bevy of operational activity aboard the International Space Station. Outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov, the Russian mission control team is poised to supervise the deorbit burn, entry, and landing of the Soyuz MS-24 as they pore over the data on their consoles, relaying information to Novitsky, O'Hara, and Vasilevskaya aboard the Soyuz spacecraft. The 3 crew members returning home today, again strapped into their respective seats in the center section of the Soyuz in the descent module. Novitsky is the Soyuz commander in the center seat. To his right is NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara, Marina Vasilevskaya, the spaceflight participant from Belarus, to Novitsky's left. O'Hara, as mentioned, is wrapping up 204 days in space and aboard the International Space Station, a mission that has spanned 3,264 orbits of the Earth and 86.5 million miles. Novitsky and Vasilevskaya spent 14 days in space, 12 aboard the station, 224 orbits of the Earth, in a mission in which they traveled 5.9 million statute miles. Some 5.5 hours ago, the 3 departing crew members, Novitsky, O'Hara, and Vasilevskaya, bid farewell to their expedition crewmates on the station in the Rassvet module and then floated through the hatchway to the Soyuz MS-24. That was followed by the closing of the Rassvet hatch by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos, and then moments later the Soyuz hatch closed on that side of the docking interface as the 3 departing crew members began preparations for leak checks at the docking interface and then to suit up in their Sokol launch and entry suits that they are clad in the descent module as we speak. We're just 20 minutes away from the deorbit burn that will begin the journey home for O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya. At 10:54 p.m. Central Time, 11:54 p.m. Eastern Time, the hooks opened between the Soyuz and the Rassvet module, springs on both sides of the docking interface pushed off against one another, allowing the physical separation of the Soyuz MS-24 as it traveled 260 miles above Mongolia. There were 2 separation burns to enable the Soyuz to begin an opening rate away from the International Space Station, and at the moment they are at a distance of about 39 kilometers away from the station, poised to begin the deorbit burn to begin the journey back to Earth and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Less than 20 minutes from now, the Soyuz engines will ignite on the MS-24. It'll be a 4-minute, 41-second retrograde deorbit burn to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit. 28 minutes after the burn, there will be an automatic pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz vehicle as the descent module begins its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere, plasma heating around the vehicle rising to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. As the Soyuz approaches the landing site, there will be an automatic sequence triggered to deploy a series of chutes, first an extraction chute, then drogue chutes, and then the main parachute that will deploy about 15 minutes before touchdown, enabling the Soyuz to gently land on the steppe of Kazakhstan. The landing site is about 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, where the NASA, Roscosmos, and Rosaviatsa search and recovery teams are currently gathered, ready to board a half a dozen Russian Mi-8 helicopters for the 30 to 35-minute flight to the landing zone, where they will begin a circular pattern around the landing zone itself, waiting for the arrival of the Soyuz under its parachute. Once the Soyuz touches down, those recovery forces will begin to make their way toward the spacecraft, and the process of extracting the crew one by one, placing them in medical chairs, in comfortable chairs outside of the capsule, so that they can have a few minutes to regain their land legs and their equilibrium before they're carried into a nearby inflatable medical tent for preliminary medical exams and to get out of those Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable clothing. The 3 crew members will then board 3 individual helicopters for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan, where they will split up, O'Hara boarding a NASA jet for the return flight to Houston, Novitsky and Vasilevskaya boarding a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for their flight back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. As we approach the 15-minute mark before the start of the deorbit burn, again, Novitsky is the Soyuz commander under the call sign of Kazbeki that he has called his spacecraft. He will be told by the Russian flight control team in Korolyov to transmit the pressure readings and the duration of the burn and the progress of the burn as it is executed, again, a 4-minute, 41-second deorbit burn to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second. 28 minutes after the deorbit burn will be the pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz, the orbital module, the bulbous top portion of the Soyuz spacecraft, which will be depressurized about 10 seconds after the completion of the deorbit burn. The crew is strapped into their seats in the descent module, that center section that you see. The bottom portion, the instrumentation and propulsion module, also will be discarded at the time of the automatic pyrotechnic separation of the modules that is scheduled at 1:51 a.m. Central Time. About 3 minutes after the modules separate, the descent module will reach the upper levels of the Earth's atmosphere, called entry interface, at an altitude of about 61.8 miles. At that time, the crew members will start to feel the pull of gravity against their bodies. For Laurel O'Hara, the first time she will experience gravity in 204 days. Some 90 seconds later, the spacecraft will begin its entry into what is called the plasma regime, where the temperatures around the Soyuz descent module will build to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat shield pointed in the direction of travel to repel or ablate the heat away from the spacecraft. They will exit that plasma regime just after 2 a.m. Central Time, and a minute later, The crew will experience their maximum G loads on their bodies, about 4 to 5 Gs, if everything is going according to plan. The command to open the parachutes at an altitude of 6.7 miles above the Earth is scheduled to be issued at 2:03 a.m. Central Time, 3:03 a.m. Eastern Time, some 14 and a half minutes before touchdown, which is scheduled at 2:17 and 36 seconds a.m. Central Time, 3:17 and 36 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, which will be 12:17 p.m. Kazakhstan time at the landing site, some 6 hours and 43 minutes before sunset. The latest coordinates for the landing, as relayed to the crew a few minutes ago by the Russian mission controllers in Korolyov, calls for the landing to occur at a latitude of 47.24 degrees north and a longitude of 69.39 degrees east. One other note that is worth mentioning, shortly before the separation of the modules, that again is scheduled at 1:51 a.m. Central Time, this is the area where the Soyuz will be too far away from the International Space Station to assure guaranteed voice communications. That'll be at a range of about 170 kilometers between the Soyuz and the International Space Station. So at this point, communications could be choppy and they could be lost altogether for a period of time. That is normal until the Soyuz approaches the area of the landing site, at which time communications will be restored through the Antonov flying fixed-wing aircraft, which serves as a flying relay and data command center, if you will, to relay voice and data back to the Russian mission controllers in Korolyov. About 11 minutes away from the start of the deorbit burn. At this point, the landing team members who will be aboard the 6 Russian Mi-8 helicopters departing from Zhezkazgan for the landing site, they're in their respective helicopters, rotors running, ready to take off in sequential fashion for about a 35-minute flight to the landing zone, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz MS-24. At the landing site southeast of Zhezkazgan, it's a beautiful Saturday afternoon with just a few clouds at 10,000 feet, winds out of the southwest at about 6 knots, and the temperature expected to be around 60 degrees Fahrenheit for a balmy spring return to Earth for Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya.
Казбек, тупо Москвы.
Казбек, Moscow.
На связи, 9:14.
Go ahead at 9:14. I send the EKV inhibit,
Ожидаем разворот.
waiting for the maneuver. Copy.
Далее по циклограмме отработки импульса.
And then Proceed with the timeline for the burn.
Принял.
Copy.
Approaching 8 minutes before the start of the deorbit burn. All the Soyuz systems are in excellent shape. Aboard the International Space Station itself, the Expedition 71 crew, transitioning from 70 to 71 at the time of the undocking a few hours ago, led by Commander Oleg Kononenko. That Expedition 71 crew is wrapping up its workday. They'll be monitoring the next hour or so until the landing of the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft and its 3 occupants, and have an off-duty weekend planned. A lot of activity lies ahead for the space station and its crew on board, with the schedule calling for a Russian spacewalk by Kononenko and Roscosmos cosmonaut Nikolai Chub. On April 25th, the undocking of the SpaceX Dragon cargo craft on April 26th for its return home, filled with science experiments and equipment. That will set the stage for a relocation of the Crew 8 Crew Dragon spacecraft from the forward port of the Harmony module to the Zenith port on Harmony, which is currently occupied by the SpaceX cargo craft. The opening up of the forward port of Harmony through that relocation, which is scheduled for no earlier than April 30th, will then be the precursor to the launch and docking of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft on the crew flight test that is scheduled for launch with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams aboard on the evening of May 6th from Launch Pad 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Just under 6 minutes now until the start of the deorbit burn. Once again, this will be a 4-minute, 41-second retrograde firing, slowing the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, enabling it to begin its slow descent towards the Earth's atmosphere. The beginning of the deorbit burn will occur at an altitude of 440.3 kilometers above the Earth for the Soyuz. When the burn is complete, 4 minutes and 41 seconds later, the Soyuz will begin its descent from an altitude of 430 kilometers. And again, the upper section of the Soyuz, called the orbital module, will be depressurized 10 seconds after the completion of the burn as planned, setting the stage for the module separation that occurs automatically through pyrotechnic devices. That will occur at 1:51 a.m. Central Time, 2:51 a.m. Eastern Time. Coming up on 4 minutes until the deorbit burn. 2 minutes 45 seconds till the deorbit burn. The International Space Station and Soyuz flying 260 miles above the southwestern Atlantic Ocean, having just crossed the southern tip of South America, now beginning a southwest to northeasterly trek in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Once again, you'll be hearing Oleg Novitsky calling out parameters of the burn for the duration of its 4-minute 41-second duration. He'll be communicating frequently with the flight controllers that you see there at the Russian Mission Control Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Korolyov. 90 seconds away from the start of the deorbit burn.
BIOS power is on. Compass. SKD cover is open. Copy.
The Soyuz engine cover is open. 30 seconds till the start of the burn.
Select line E. Selected line E. Copy.
Ten seconds till the start of the burn. Standing by for ignition.
Firing confirmed. Firing confirmed.
The deorbit burn underway as planned. This will be 4 minutes and 41 seconds in duration.
секунд импульс.
30 seconds. Burn is 13.2.
Novitsky, as the Soyuz commander, reading off parameters of the burn, 45 seconds into the burn.
Минута 20.
1 minute, 26 and 2.
45.
45. Duration.
Минута 15.
1 minute, 15 seconds, 33.3.
Минута 30.
1 minute, 30 seconds, 39.7.
1 minute, 40 seconds into the burn. About 3 minutes to go.
Минута 45.
1 minute and 45. 46.5.
Две минуты.
2 minutes.
Just over 2 minutes into the burn, everything proceeding normally.
Copy.
2:15.
2:15, 60.5.
The Soyuz continues to decelerate. 2 minutes to go in the burn.
$2:45.
2:45, 74.1.
Three minutes into the burn, everything proceeding on track. The first of the search and recovery helicopters for NASA, Roscosmos personnel, and Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces should be taking off right now from the Jezkazgan airport for the landing site.
3:15, 87.
Принято.
Copy.
3.5 minutes into the burn, about 1 minute 10 seconds left.
3 minutes, 30 seconds, 95.2. Nozzles nominal. 3:45, 102.8.
Four minutes, 5 seconds into the burn.
109.1.
About 31 seconds left. Four and a half minutes into the burn, standing by for engine cutoff.
4 minutes, 30 seconds, 123.6.
And the deorbit burn is complete and reported to be nominal by the flight controllers in Korolyov. Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya heading back to Earth.
127.9. Copy. Barrel pressure is declining. Copy.
Все три гудка. Так, ну, дальше контролируйте падение давления.
Continue monitoring pressure decay and barrel.
Времени по 62-й странице.
And work per page 62.
The orbital module, the uppermost section of the three-section Soyuz vehicle, currently being depressurized as planned in advance of the separation of the three sections of the Soyuz that is coming up at 1:51 a.m. Central Time, 2:51 a.m. Eastern.
Позднее 9:45, КСС в режим готовности.
Oleg, no later than 9:45, sure says in ready mode.
До разделения 21 минута.
So with the deorbit burn having been completed as planned, next up in about 21 minutes will be the separation of the three modules comprising the Soyuz spacecraft. Pyrotechnic devices will trigger the automatic separation of those three modules, the upper module being the orbital module, and the lower section being the instrumentation and propulsion module, leaving just the descent module, the center section, with the crew strapped in their seats, heading in the direction of travel toward the landing site.
The comm is intermittent. I did not understand anything you've said.
At the intermediary staging site at Jezkazgan, which is 91 miles to the northeast, or the northwest, I should say, of the landing site, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters, 6 of them, are en route now to the landing zone, where they will form a circular flying pattern around the landing site, along with an Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft that will serve as a flying relay station for data and voice communication from the Soyuz crew as they approach the area of touchdown.
Kazbeki, this is Moscow. How do you copy?
Kazbeki is the call sign Nowitzki chose for his Soyuz spacecraft for both launch to docking as well as undocking through landing. He knows and has trained to maintain as constant communication as possible with the flight controllers in Korolyov during the Soyuz descent back into the Earth's atmosphere. We're about 43 minutes away from touchdown, which, if it occurs on time, will be at 2:17 and 36 seconds a.m. Central Time, 3:17 and 36 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 12:17 p.m. on Saturday at the landing site in Kazakhstan, 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Jezkazgan.
Yes, the sensor.
The weather at the landing site is very good. Just a few clouds reported at 10,000 feet. Winds very light out of the southwest at about 6 knots. Temperatures around 60 degrees Fahrenheit to greet O'Hara, Nowitzki, and Vasilevskaya.
Okay. Okay.
Что говорит? Спасибо.
Интересно.
Получилось, Лору?
Нет.
Were you able to do it?
Вот два.
No.
The Russian ballistics experts have forecast the touchdown to occur at a latitude of 47.24 degrees north with a longitude of 69.39 degrees east for the Soyuz spacecraft and its 3 occupants. Everything quiet on board the Soyuz, as it is at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov. All the Soyuz systems in good shape. The undocking earlier was perfectly normal. The separation burns to begin the departure opening rate for the Soyuz away from the International Space Station were executed on time, as was the deorbit burn just a few minutes ago to decelerate the Soyuz, enabling it to begin its descent out of low Earth orbit back toward the Earth's atmosphere. Aside from the Rosaviatsa helicopter support teams, the 6 Mi-8 helicopters, which are airborne en route to the landing site, the Russian flight controllers report that all the ground support teams already in place in all-terrain vehicles are poised for the return of the Soyuz. With the weather expected to be good for landing with good visibility, our hope is that we begin to pick up video of the Soyuz descending under its large orange and white parachute. Those chutes will be deployed about 15 minutes before touchdown. We're about 12 minutes away from the module separation, the pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz. That will occur at an altitude of 87 miles above the Earth. The module separation will occur about 3 minutes before the Soyuz begins to enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, everything proceeding on schedule as planned with the return of the Soyuz MS-24 back to Earth. Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky, NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara, and Belarus spaceflight participant Marina Vasilevskaya, soon to feel the tug of Earth's gravity against their bodies. For O'Hara, this will be the first sensation of gravity in 204 days. Novitsky and Vasilevskaya comprising basically a taxi crew to ferry a new Soyuz vehicle up to the station, the Soyuz MS-25, which remains at the station and is the ticket home for NASA's Tracy Dyson along with Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub come September. The Russian ballistics officers have refined the landing coordinates post-deorbit burn, a very slight tweak. The expected landing target for the Soyuz MS-24 is at a latitude of 47.21 degrees north and a longitude of 69.38 degrees east. The Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces en route to the landing zone. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are airborne. They'll arrive in the vicinity of the landing site a short time from now and will maintain a circular flying pattern around that landing zone, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz under its chute. Those helicopters are accompanied by an Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft that serves as a flying relay center for communications and data from the Soyuz to the Russian flight control team in Korolyov outside of Moscow. Eight minutes away from the scheduled module separation for the Soyuz vehicle. In the descent module in the center seat is the Soyuz commander Oleg Novitsky of Roscosmos. NASA's Laurel O'Hara strapped into her seat. To the right of Novitsky, Marina Vasilevskaya, the Belarus spaceflight participant, is seated to Novitsky's left. As a reminder, following the deorbit burn, as is commonplace, the Soyuz is too far away from the International Space Station for reliable VHF communications, and so those communications either are lost or are choppy at best until the Soyuz approaches the vicinity of the landing site, when those communications are restored solidly with the Antonov 26 relay plane. Again, this is normal and is to be expected, as we are now about 6 minutes away from the planned separation of the three sections of the Soyuz. Here in Mission Control in Houston, countdown clocks ticking backward toward the expected touchdown time for the Soyuz, just about 31 minutes from now. Laurel O'Hara is wrapping up 204 days in space, in which she accrued 3,264 orbits of the Earth, having traveled 86.5 million statute miles. O'Hara, during her tenure on the International Space Station of 6.5 months, saw the arrival of 8 visiting vehicles and the departure of 7 visiting vehicles, and she conducted one spacewalk totaling 6 hours and 42 minutes in duration, along with NASA astronaut Jasmine McBelly. The Soyuz, that is less than 30 minutes away from its return to Earth with O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya, launched last September 15th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, with O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub on board. Kononenko and Chub will and are remaining on board the International Space Station as members of the Expedition 71 crew, Kononenko being the commander of the International Space Station. He soon will pass the 1,000-day mark in space for total time by any human being, more than any other human who has ever flown in space. That 1,000-day milestone to be reached on June 4th. Kononenko and Chub will return to Earth in September with NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson, who launched on March 23rd with Novitsky and Vasilevskaya. We're about 3 minutes away from the planned time for the module separation. This will occur at an altitude of 87 miles above the Earth.
Есть запуск программы разделения, есть L5 управляемый спуск, есть АУС на формате спуск.
Elga is confirmed. Spoosk is confirmed on the display. Copy.
The Russian ballistics officers report that the commands have been issued for module separation. We're about 1 minute away from the planned pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz vehicle. We now have confirmation of the Soyuz module separation. It occurred on time as planned. So the descent module with O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya strapped in their seats, now flying on its own, targeting the landing site to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, touchdown 25 minutes away. We're about 2 minutes away from the descent module entering the Earth's atmosphere. That will occur at an altitude of 61.8 miles. At that point, the 3 crew members will begin to feel the effects of Earth's gravity against their bodies.
Incoherent.
So far, everything proceeding as planned for the return of Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya, some 23.5 minutes away from touchdown on the steppe of Kazakhstan. The weather is very nice for this time of the year. At the landing site, just a few clouds at 10,000 feet, winds light out of the southwest at about 6 knots, the temperature about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Soyuz should now be entering the Earth's atmosphere, the point called entry interface. In about a minute or so, the Soyuz should begin the period of peak heating in the plasma regime, as well as beginning entry guidance through its onboard computers targeting the landing site southeast of Zhezkazgan, where the Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces, as well as NASA and Roscosmos personnel, are about to arrive in a circular flying pattern, awaiting the Soyuz descending under its large parachute. As the Soyuz enters this plasma regime, think of it as a blackout period where the heat around the vehicle builds to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. This will last for about 4 minutes or so. This is Mission Control Houston. Just 20 minutes now until the expected landing of the Soyuz MS-24 with Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya on board. The lack of communications from the crew on board the Soyuz is to be expected at this point until the Soyuz emerges from this plasma regime. Communications will be restored through the Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft at the landing site, relaying voice and data to the Russian mission controllers that you see there in the Russian mission control room for the International Space Station outside of Moscow. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters have arrived in the vicinity of the landing zone. Just about 18 minutes now until touchdown. We're about 4 minutes away from the anticipated command to begin the opening of the parachutes. That parachute deployment sequence is triggered by a barometric pressure sensor at an altitude of 41,000 feet. The main parachute cover is jettisoned by a series of pyros and springs that pulls out 2 extraction chutes, which in turn pulls out the drogue chute, which in turn pulls out the main chute. That all takes about 20 seconds to happen. Then, at an altitude of 21,000 feet, another pressure sensor starts a timer, triggering most of the remaining events in the landing sequence. Commands will be issued to jettison the heat shield, inhibit the entry thrusters, and to open valves to vent all the hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and the oxygen in the life support system tank. This from the ground is seen as a white vapor, which is normal. That's a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of this is to safe the vehicle for landing. The search and recovery forces and the RSC Energia personnel do not want hazardous gases to remain in the tanks when the soft landing thrusters fire just a couple of seconds before touchdown. This way, the ground support personnel can approach the vehicle without personal protection equipment.
Object Moscow. Go ahead. The report on the descent. Yes, we started the descent. How do you feel? The crew feels great. Okay, copy. Can you give us the pressure in 781? Copy. Okay, guys. Congratulations. Descent continues.
That report from Oleg Novitsky, the Soyuz commander, that the crew is feeling great, just about 15 minutes before touchdown.
Can you give me the integral and discrete? Integral is somewhere at about half discrete negative. Half discrete negative. Copy. Wow. That's cool. T 10-0307, expecting OSPEP.
We are standing by for the command for shoot deploy. The main parachute, that large orange and white chute, covers an area of about 1,000 meters, slowing the Soyuz to a descent rate of 7.2 meters per second. The harnesses first allow the Soyuz to descend at a canted angle of about 30 degrees to expel heat, then will shift the Soyuz, rehooking it, if you will, to a straight vertical descent. We're standing by for visual confirmation from the search and recovery forces that the Soyuz is now descending under its parachute. Coming up on 12.5 minutes until touchdown. And there's the video on the front screen of the Russian Mission Control Center of the Soyuz under its main chute, and that white vapor that you see is the combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen being vented from the life support system tank. That is nominal. Time to touchdown, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. The large orange and white chute is fully reefed. The Soyuz descending at a nominal rate. Visual contact from the search and recovery forces. 11 minutes until touchdown. Now we're getting our full view of the Soyuz descending under its chute. The heat shield has been jettisoned.
Хорошо. Так.
That is a radio beacon signal from the Soyuz, used for tracking purposes for the search and recovery forces. 10 minutes until touchdown, everything going by the book. No issues reported. The Soyuz in great shape, as is the crew, as reported by Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky.
I'll copy. Yes. We can copy. Unintelligible.
438, 423, 8-9 зона, космос передает на Жесказган.
Unintelligible.
Пятый космос, 8-9 на Жесказган. ...409, 04, 438, 04, 443 на Жесказган.
Космос, 429-му.
95-429, космос.
423, 438, запрашивают. На Жесказган следует.
2378. Operations nominal.
443, 438 на Жесказган.
Unintelligible.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just about 8 minutes until touchdown. Under a cloudless sky over the steppe of Kazakhstan, the Soyuz descending at its nominal rate, the crew feeling good. According to Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky, Laurel O'Hara seated to his right, Marina Vasilevskaya to his left.
Altitude
Altitude is
3,600.
3,600 meters above the ground. The search and recovery forces have voice communication with the crew, reporting that they all feel well.
We can see the vehicle.
906, следуйте за объектом.
36, please do follow. Copy.
Once the Soyuz touches down, the ground forces
Search and
already in
rescue,
place in
how do you
all-terrain
request vehicle?
vehicles will begin to drive toward the capsule as the Russian Mi-8 helicopters land in sequential fashion. Just a few dozen feet away from the capsule itself to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is safe, that no toxic gases are leaking from the vehicle before they begin the
Altitude
process of
is
extracting the
3,000.
crew.
How do you feel? Kazbek, this is Molnia. This is Kazbek. The altitude is 3,000. Copy.
3,000 meters off the deck, 6.5 minutes till touchdown.
Молния, ответь.
Связь с космосом.
Так, Казбек, вас молния вызывает, не принимаете его, нет? Не услышал, кого вызывали и кто вызывает.
It was not clear. Come again.
Принял.
This is the ground. What's the altitude? 2,800.
906.
Copy.
It's a balmy April day on the steppe of Kazakhstan, which is at this time of year almost like a straw-like surface. 60 degrees Fahrenheit is the temperature to greet O'Hara, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya.
Высота 2000.
The altitude is 2,000.
2,000 meters off the ground, everything continuing to go very well. The Soyuz system's in good shape. The Soyuz descending at its nominal rate. Just a reminder, about 2 seconds before touchdown, you should see a puff of smoke. That's basically the soft landing engines firing in a final braking
We're
maneuver.
accompanying the vehicle.
The crew's seats will be cocked into an upright position to brace them for landing.
448, please establish contact with the vehicle. Kazbek, this is Molnia. This is Kazbek. Oleg, we are accompanying you. How do you feel? Excellent. The altitude is 1580.
906, 478. Ответили, самочувствие норма, продолжаем сопровождение. 1500.
The altitude is 1500.
Just about 3.5 minutes away from touchdown, everything proceeding as planned. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are circling the landing zone. The search and recovery forces have good communications with Novitsky aboard the Soyuz. He continues to report that the crew is feeling very well.
Высота 1100.
The altitude is 1100.
1,100 meters now before touchdown. Under 3 minutes until the homecoming for these 3 crew members.
Классный спуск, да?
What an excellent descent. Do you agree? Absolutely.
Так, высота 980.
The altitude is 980. Please tighten your straps.
Так, и после моей команды не разговариваем.
Just about 2 minutes until touchdown.
The altitude is 900.
900 meters off the ground.
Космос 472, 478.
Землю видно?
Can you see the ground? The altitude is 700.
Just over a minute until touchdown, 600 meters off the ground.
Meters.
Космос 906. Группа 4 единицы, подходим к объекту. Берем на сопровождение.
4 units are approaching the object. I can see the ground now.
500 метров.
The altitude is 500 meters.
Самолета не видно?
Can you see a helicopter? No, I can't.
There is one of the Russian Mi-8 helicopters circling the vicinity, another one. Once the Soyuz touches down, so will those helos in sequential fashion
350.
to begin the heart of the extraction process as they remove the crew from the descent module.
200.
We should see the horizon here any moment.
All right, we will be keeping silent here and waiting for the landing.
And we have touchdown. Touchdown at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 12:17 p.m. at the landing site. Laurel O'Hara back on terra firma after 204 days in space.
Прибыль посадочный 360. На свои места.
Please assume your positions.
Космос 429.
Cosmos to 429.
429.
49.
29, занимайтесь четвертую зону, высота.
Let's go to zone 4.
Пока здесь, по группе. Четвертую занять удалось.
We are still here.
Once again, the Soyuz MS-24 back on Earth. A safe touchdown for Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya, following a flawless undocking from the International Space Station, the deorbit burn, and all of the entry activities tripped off in perfect fashion,
Your position, please land.
resulting in a landing at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time.
Please assume your positions relative to the vehicle. Not relative to me, but relative to the vehicle.
Космосу. Положение объекта.
To Cosmos, what is the position of the object? It is on its side.
Космос 429.
Cosmos to 429.
Координаты запишите северные 47-24, восточные 69-39.
Please write down the coordinates.
47-24.
4724 north.
And on the front screen of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, the words Jest Posadka. They've landed, and a welcome home for Laurel O'Hara, as well as for Marina Vasilevskaya and Oleg Novitsky.
Космос, передавайте, передам 409. 409 вам Космос передает наш Казган. Мягкая посадка.
We've momentarily lost the video from the landing site. That means that the television cameras operated by RSC Energia from all-terrain vehicles at the landing site, they have momentarily terminated their signal, as those vehicles will now drive to the capsule where they will reestablish video as soon as they reach that area. Once again, a perfect touchdown for Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya. This is Mission Control Houston. The report from the search and recovery forces at the landing site indicating that the Soyuz landed on its side and that the crew is feeling good as they await the arrival of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery team to begin the process of extracting them from the descent module. Again, the Soyuz landed on its side, which is typical. About 50% of these landings will see the Soyuz dragged by wind in the area that captures the chutes and pulls the capsule onto its side as opposed to landing upright. But the important thing is that the crew is in good shape, according to the search and recovery forces, who have voice communication with Oleg Novitsky, the Soyuz commander, inside the descent module, landing again occurring at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 12:17 p.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan, about 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. This is Mission Control Houston. The Soyuz, with its 3 occupants, landed about 10 minutes ago. Just about a pinpoint landing to the southeast of Zhezkazgan and right on time. The search and recovery forces are in the process of moving toward the vehicle to begin ensuring that the vehicle is safe before they begin the work to extract the crew, who will be placed in chairs by the capsule for a few minutes to get their land legs back. Laurel O'Hara coming home after 204 days in space. Novitsky and Vasilevskaya after 2 weeks aboard the vehicle and 12 days aboard the International Space Station. The landing was on time. All of the undocking and landing sequence events went as planned, per the schedule, no issues. And Novitsky has reported several times that the crew is feeling well. The Soyuz did land on its side after touchdown. As we await the search and recovery forces making their way toward the Soyuz MS-24, following the on-time landing of the 3 crew members on board, Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya, joining us here on console is the ISS Program Manager, Joel Montalbano. Good morning, Joel, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Rob. Awesome landing. That was just fantastic to see the crew home.
So thoughts about Laurel's return to Earth after 204 days, 6.5 months aboard the station, and the completion of Expedition 70 with all of the science that was accomplished as well as the other objectives?
You know, with the return of Expedition 70, we're running just under 4,000 investigations since Expedition 0 on board the International Space Station. And the cool thing about this crew is they were up there when we celebrated 25 years of the International Space Station and how it's changed over those 25 years, from, you know, the assembly of ISS to the research and science we're doing on board, the technology development we're doing on board, the commercialization activities on board, and just awesome to see Expedition 70 participate at and add to the great statistics we have on board the International Space Station.
Joel, from Flight Director to Director of Human Spaceflight in Russia to Deputy ISS Program Manager to the ISS Program Manager, you've spent about 2 decades very closely involved in the evolution of NASA's relationship with Roscosmos, the European Space Agency, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency, in seeing the space station expand and flourish. What have been the major milestones you've seen during this time that has made the ISS the complex it is today?
You know, some of the coolest milestones that I think we've done as a partnership is, you know, first going from 3 crew members to 6 crew members. You add then a step up to the incorporation of the U.S. commercial crew vehicles, and what we've been able to do with the SpaceX Dragons. Recently with the private astronaut missions, how we're incorporating more and more of the commercial aspect into the International Space Station. And, you know, one of the things that I like is when I look around the partnership, I see a lot of the ISS experience we have with our international partners moving on to our next programs, moving on to our exploration, and taking the lessons learned and the expertise that we've gained on board the space station and playing that forward such that we can be even more successful as we look past to low Earth orbit.
The ISS today, when it's all said and done, has a lot of life left, but if you had to write the history book right now of the space station, what do you think its lasting legacy is going to be?
To me, the lasting legacy is the international cooperation. We have set the standard on what it takes to cooperate across the globe. You know, through the 25 years of International Space Station, we have incorporated activities from over 110 countries across the globe. And I think that when you look forward and you kind of look and write about the International Space Station, you're going to write about the international cooperation and what we've done as a human race.
You know, as they say in life, one door closes, another one opens, and today's landing is a fitting end, if not bittersweet for you possibly, to your tenure as ISS Program Manager. As you hand over the reins to Dana Weigel, your deputy, she'll become Program Manager. Your new job, a tough one, a challenging one, Deputy Associate Administrator for Space Operations. What do you foresee as your expanded role for NASA and your new position as we press ahead not only with the International Space Station, but the Artemis program and all of the rest?
You know, I see my role as helping the team focus as we look at space station through the end of the decade. You know, what do we need to continue doing? What do we need to do on space station to help the exploration effort? What do we need to do to make that Artemis program even more successful? I see my new role as helping develop these commercialization activities, these new space stations that we want in low Earth orbit, and what we can do within the Space Operations Mission Directorate, and how to encourage that, to expand that, and do the best we can to make sure when we move forward with Space Station, that the next programs are taking all our lessons learned, using those, and moving as quickly as they can as they develop forward.
Joel, it's been quite a ride and a pleasure to have come this far with you, with lots more stories yet to come.
Rob, thank you very much. You guys have, this is an awesome team to work with. It's humbling. It's been an honor to do what I've been able to do. And I look forward to helping wherever I can in the future. So thank you very much.
Joel Montalbano, the ISS program manager, with us following the textbook landing of the Soyuz MS-24, as we await the resumption of video from the landing site, as the recovery process will begin to extract the crew members from the descent module. And as they say, timing is everything, as we now are back at the landing site, watching the beginning of the extraction of the crew, the search and recovery forces, the RSC Energia personnel on the scene to begin removing the crew members one by one. They'll be placed in chairs right by the capsule so that they can have a few minutes to regain their land legs.
Третий в эфире. Я стою, да, на одном месте.
Yeah, I'm here in this location.
Again, the scene at the landing site where the Soyuz MS-24 touched down about 20 minutes ago.
What are you guys doing here?
You can see the 3 chairs set up for the crew members who will be extracted and placed in those chairs to have a few minutes to regain their land legs. They'll then be carried into a nearby inflatable medical tent for preliminary medical exams and to remove their Sokol launch and entry suits. In the blue flight suit that you see there, that's NASA chief photographer Bill Ingalls from NASA headquarters. He was aboard one of the Russian Mi-8 helicopters to photograph the Soyuz descent and touchdown, now by the capsule, waiting for the crew to be extracted.
Can you please move away? We're on air live.
Once again, the work continuing by the RSC Energia personnel to talk to the crew and run through the post-landing procedures. Novitsky in the center seat of the Soyuz descent module. On his right, Laurel O'Hara. On his left, Marina Vasilevskaya, the three to be extracted just a short time from now. They'll be put in those chairs that you saw just a moment or two ago for a few minutes before they will be carried in those chairs to the nearby inflatable medical tent for post-landing medical tests and to change into more comfortable flight clothing.
All right. Grab the leg and grab the arm. Looks like everything is fine.
This should be the Soyuz commander, Oleg Novitsky. First out from the center seat. That makes the extraction of the other two much easier.
We are broadcasting straight to MCCM.
Лёх, удочку. Все, есть удочка.
Oleg Novitsky completing the fourth flight in his career, 545 days in space.
We have the sound. The second crew member is being extracted from the descent module.
The stark landscape of the Kazakh steppe as recovery operations are continuing with the extraction of the crew, all in good shape, according to Novitsky. Once again, Oleg Novitsky looking none the worse for wear after 14 days in space.
Could you please move a little bit away?
Так. Так, стой, дальше. Берите отсюда.
Very gently. Easy. The leg got stuck. Okay. Over there.
And Laurel O'Hara now out of the Soyuz MS-24. O'Hara back on Earth after 204 days in space.
Дай сетскую маску, у меня нету больше. Нету тебе? А нету, говорит, у меня? Нету? Ну ладно.
Можно? Я сейчас когда сюда космонавт. Аккуратнее, тут провод. Вот, смотрите.
Be careful, there's a wire around here.
Давай. Друг другу не мешаем.
All right. Please do not interfere with each other's actions.
Заглядывай, будешь? Все, теперь не мешаем. Здравствуй, красавица. Ну вот ты дома.
And the crew's awaiting the extraction of Marina Vasilevskaya, the last one out. A very swift extraction process coming just 30 minutes after touchdown on the steppe of Kazakhstan, about 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan.
Так, ноги, потихоньку, ноги.
Be careful with her legs.
Правую доставать. Так, давай назад чуть-чуть.
Just move a little bit back.
Спокойно, дыши ровненько, не торопись. Подожди, стой.
Breathe easy. Don't pant.
Она еще снизу, давай вот чуть-чуть. Попку назад. И потом вверх чуть-чуть. И вперед. Опять.
Hold on just a little bit. Don't rush. There is no rush.
Мешок этот. Шланги прошли. Там этот.
All the hoses are through.
Потихоньку этот. Так, давай, я вытащу почти. Давай на меня. Ладно, смотри,
Okay.
And here comes Marina Vasilevskaya the Belarus spaceflight participant who wrapped up 2 weeks in space, 12 days aboard the International Space Station.
Easy, easy.
Ступня свободна? Ступня свободна?
Is your foot loose?
Нет, он нормально. За ручку зацепилась. Туда. Чуть-чуть свое кресло. Давай. Назад, назад. Назад пошла. Чуть-чуть.
So move a little bit back. Don't pant. Breathe easy.
А можно еще раз повернуть?
Could you please turn it our way?
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Берите здесь. Тихо, стоп, стоп.
All right, please grab her. Very careful with her leg. All right, got her.
Marina Vasilevskaya now out of the Soyuz MS-24. All 3 crew members enjoying sunshine and fresh air.
Подальше, ну пожалуйста, вы же на них залезли.
Just keep your distance.
Назад, но.
Please move away a little bit.
Дальше, дальше. Ну,
a little further.
какая мне разница? Цуп, не цуп, бля, если он на него сядет. Можно я чуть-чуть?
Don't overcrowd, please. Take a couple of steps back. 2 more steps back, please, everyone.
Лех, Лех, звук нормально, хорошо пойдет.
Have you done the tests? Yes.
Just to recap, we are continuing to receive television from the landing site.
To move a little bit away. Hello,
The Soyuz MS-24 landed right on time at 2:17 a.m. Central Time, 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 12:17 p.m. at the landing site.
Pickles for you. Here you go. How do you feel? Marina, you look beautiful. Everyone is saying a big hello to you. You're our heroine. We are so proud of you. And we brought these flowers for you to say thank you to your heroic deed. And here's some juice. I'm overwhelmed with emotions. It's something incredible.
Все.
Я желаю всем людям
And I wish all people on Earth to treasure and cherish what they have, because this is precious. We knew that we were awaited here on the ground, and I thank all people of Belarus. We had a lot of activities on board, and we actually wanted to stay a little longer, but it's great to be back. It was awesome to be on board the station.
Ее закрыли опять. Я тебе говорю, закрыли ее опять.
Thank you so very much. I'm so glad to see you all. So, Marina, we all tried to bring you something, but are you hungry at this very moment? No, not at all. We just had breakfast. I'm just overwhelmed with emotions. I'm not hungry at all. I'm so glad to see you all. Thank you for your support. The weather is great. It's sunny. It's warm. We were actually praying to the steppe gods for this weather. Thank you all who supported me, who rooted for me. I feel excellent, feel great. I now understand why people want to be cosmonauts. When I saw this with my own eyes, I understood why I'm here.
The crew answering a few questions from some of the members of the media gathered at the landing site. There's a wide view you can see in the background, a Russian Mi-8 helicopter, part of the Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Force team. All three crew members out of the descent module, all feeling well, they report. Soon to be carried in those chairs to the nearby inflatable medical tent for medical exams and to change out of those Sokol launch and entry suits.
Oleg, please say something for your relatives. No, I know that all of you guys have been watching my descent from the mission control. We feel awesome. Everything has been great. Thank you very much.
After the brief period of medical exams, the three crew members will be brought to three different helicopters for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan.
Thank you.
Where they will split up, Laurel O'Hara boarding a NASA plane to fly back to Houston, while Novitsky and Vasilevskaya board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Marina, can you turn it our way?
Открыли ее, давай я покажу.
You can put it here.
В реальном времени.
Скажите, что прямой эфир.
Can you please tell them that we are live on air?
And a good view of Laurel O'Hara with a thumbs up. Each of the crew members being presented with a Matryoshka doll, the stacking dolls that bear the resemblance of each crew member.
All right, you guys are good? Yes. All right. Не надо, спасибо.
Are you guys ready?
Вон, как положено. Здесь, да? Вот, за аппаратом. Далеко, да? Нет, несите в палатку 100 метров. Недалеко.
Is it long? Is it far away? No, it's not. It's about 100 meters away.
Я прошу прощения. Палатка разрешительно. Сейчас, давай.
I was amazed to see our beautiful Earth from space.
Вечерний подарок, поэтому не пропустите. Что констатирую к этому моменту? Марина Василевская сейчас, она утопает в цветах. Мы, как настоящие белорусы, гостеприимные, хлебосольные, не могли приехать и сюда в степь с пустыми руками, поэтому сейчас попрошу режиссера.
We came here from Belarus and covered Marina Vasilevskaya with flowers. Right now we have the Belarus delegation, medical team, and other support personnel around Marina.
Нет, пускай еще поснимаю.
Marina is in excellent health.
Welcome home.
NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara flashing a smile. Back home after 204 days in space.
Place all three crew members closer to each other.
They're asking all the docs if it would be okay to bring the chairs in closer a little bit.
Да, конечно, мешает, она в кадре прям. Ну давай сюда. Ну что? Лех, назад немножко, тоже с удочкой, назад.
Да, чуть-чуть.
Ее опять закрыли.
Коллеги, мы готовы уходить. 2-3 минуты и все, мы сейчас...
So, give us 2 to 3 minutes. Marina, how can you compare launch and landing? I can't really, they're very different. During launch, you can feel the rocket, the launch vehicle, it's rumbling, it's vibrating, it's amazing. And then after about 10 minutes, you feel that you're in weightlessness. And when you land, the parachute deployment is a big deal, and you feel it. All right, they will be starting transporting the crew commander. Please make way.
And now the process of bringing the crew members one by one in their chairs to the nearby inflatable medical tent, Nowitzki first.
Be very careful, there are some wires on the ground.
And in a tradition, Nowitzki signing his name to his Soyuz spacecraft.
Thank you for your work. All right, I'm done. Please sit in your seat.
Не заваливайте, сзади плохо держите. Шнурок сзади. Друг другу не мешаем. Рез. Два.
Oleg Nowitzki being carried, as is the tradition, into the inflatable medical tent nearby, where he will undergo initial medical exams and change into more comfortable clothing, removing his Sokol launch and entry suit.
All right, let's
Laurel O'Hara up next.
Let's carry her to the tent.
There's Vasilevskaya.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever had a ride like this? Never. First time in my life.